Get it together, Sam. Get it together. You lost the ship, is it? Hello, Dragon Wolf. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Oh. All right. Time to work on some clothing. My rivets go. How's your day going, Dragon? Oh, excuse me. Skeleton avatar. Make a kind of a black and white skeleton in the past. Not very realistic looking, but it's one of my first avatars. One of my very first. Yeah, I do want to make some more D&D themed avatars. Once this week and commission wraps up, I'll probably be switching over to doing that. So skeleton would be a good one. I don't have any skeletons, so got a little zombie. I did make a skull, so might as well do the full skeleton. Love playing D&D? Me too. Me too. I do think that VR is the perfect marriage of role playing and this kind of stuff. So I'm hoping to spend a little bit more time doing some D&D stuff soon. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Just depends on if I have the time. Or when I have the time. Current character I'm playing is a Kenku Paladin Bard. Very cool. I think Bard is probably the next class I'll try. Currently, my main character I'm playing is a Spore Druid. It's one of the additional Tasha's classes, and I really enjoying that character. I actually really like Druids. I think Druids are baller. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Brothers the DM, nice. One, two, three. And the spacing's a little different here. But it is a different shoe. I think we'll make these bigger on this side. Hello, Snardem. Sorry, I hit send before I finished. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Good morning, Snardem. Excuse me. Now this section right here is a different. It's like a hard plastic. It looks like. So I think we'll separate that right now. What we'll do, put a cut. Duplicate the whole thing. On this version, we'll delete that side, and on this version, we'll delete that. He DMs me and my other brother. Awesome. Well, hopefully I can show you all my some more D&D stuff once for D&D or VR D&D stuff once we get back into the swing of it. Praying that'll be sooner rather than later, but it'll be fun whenever it happens. Cool. That looks good. We're heading the right direction with this. Four brothers. Wow, big family. how to make this attach right. We'll focus on some other stuff in the meantime. I think that looks pretty good. Maybe bring in this bottom edge a little. This one also has another little boundary. This. Right about there. Good morning, Arctic. Hello. I don't know. I don't particularly like that. Would like it to have it fit over the foot a little bit better, but when I'm making the high poly, I don't have to worry about it fitting perfectly. It's just the baked version that does need to fit perfectly, so I think we can get away with a little bit of mismatch. All right. That looks good. Something weird back here, though. I could probably just delete this whole back section. For now, we'll keep it. All right. Bueno. Bueno. We got this big strap on the front we haven't touched yet, which would explain why the spacing on these is off, because they actually need to be a lot closer together. Okay, that makes me feel better. So I was like, man, I swear I'm getting these proportions right. And I was. And I was. Okay. And then add a solidify. All right. Now, what's interesting is on the top here, we do see this kind of slope in. So this point right here, that might be a little bit hard to recreate, but it'd probably be worth doing. Basically, all that is another cut. Another cut. Like this. Hello, Star Seeker. Welcome. Hope you are well. These trainers look awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am doing well, and I hope the same for you. Just slowly picking away at getting this looking proper. I'm working on a few projects these last few days, but we're just two main projects. We're working on these clothing for this character, and then making a necro kind of book. Necromancer's book, which I'll probably be using for D&D stuff. So, kind of stone. Is it? This is a canine. Here's the character over here, and this is actually one I've worked on or made probably 2 years ago now. And we're just kind of the client reached out for an update for the clothing, which is very kind of them. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Having a lot of fun right now. Modeling is always one of the more entertaining parts of this process. Okay, I think that's fitting pretty nicely. Could do with being just a little bit bigger. This could actually be a lot thinner. All right, better. I think it's something like that. It's actually like got a little bit of an angle. And then here, maybe just a very slight crease. Awesome. The tongue, what is this called? This part up there? I think we could bring it out a little bit more. That's my Control S capabilities once again, but not this time, Blender, not this time. Pressed it 1 second before I did the thing. The Blender crashing on you. Let's make this thicker. Out there. I think that works. I mean, this spacing is way different here. Blender crashes are the best. Just instantly closes down, no messages, no nothing. Leave me staring at my screen for a second, wondering what just happened. All right, that's a little bit closer. Still need to take the corners here and grow them out a bit further. BRB sounds good. All right, looking good. All right. I think that's pretty close. All right, let's make the little buckle or whatever this is over here. The reason I cut it is just to ensure that that the cut is actually in the middle. Then what we'll do is just bevel it. Put in 2 cuts. So we'll do 1 cut, bevel it, and delete these edges. Then I'm going to put my solidify in front of my subdivision and apply it. And this way, I can cut a few spots here. That. And then add another solidify. Right around there. That. Select this one as the active. Go to normal, so we can do GZ. Maybe not. Normal active element. There we go. All right, that looks quite good. And then we'll slap a mirror on there. Easier to see what's going on. Next, turn that up one more. We'll actually just duplicate this whole thing. Delete this side. Move this over. Crease the whole thing. Scale it up. Move it out. Yeah, actually, no, we'll keep this solidify. Move it out, extrude it back. Cool, that looks actually really good. And then you guessed it, also add another mirror. It's amazing how quickly like a strap, a belt of some kind, just totally makes something look good. I'm gonna duplicate this one more time. I'm gonna scale this one up, then make the thickness much thinner. So we get this kind of front piece and back piece here. Nice little ridge. That may not even show up in the bake, but whatever. Next. So looking at the side here, we have a little strap. So I just want to make that. I'll probably need one here and maybe one on the back. So to do this, actually take this one again. Duplicate it. Bevel this. Invert the bevel. Hey! Valk W74, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day. Welcome. We're working on some stuff right now. Learning lots with you explained. Thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm doing quite good. Happy to be in the groove of things. I feel like I've been a little, I don't know, what's the word? Lazy? No, not lazy. Just I feel like I haven't been as focused this last week, but it's coming together today, so I'm enjoying that. I am enjoying that. Yeah, we're going to be getting this shoe ready to bake soon. Just a little while. But slowly figuring out how to make all these little bits and pieces. It looks good, though. Excuse me. Ooh. And yeah, we'll do one more strap right here on the back. And then we'll grab these. Yes. I want to do it from the active element. It's a little tricky. It's close enough, though. All right, looking really good. We also need this portion right here. So that's this edge in this spot. Trying to get them evenly spaced. I think that'll do. And then we'll select this edge, or select this object, duplicate it. Grab this edge and this one. Row, invert, and delete. And actually, I'll delete this side too. I only need one. I can just add another mirror to hit that other side. All right. Then game plan is to just kind of scoot this in. We don't need the top. Something like that. Yep. Dope. All right. Let's push it out just a little bit more. All right. That looks really good. It's coffee time. Excuse me. Okay. Duplicate this one more time. Take the whole thing. I'm going to indent it. Right about here. Squish it in. Invert, delete. Something like that. We just have this little tag on the front, so I figured I'd recreate where that will go. We got the buckle, we got the straps. We've got the tag made. There's not too much left. I'd like to make this little rim here. Maybe we'll try this with geometry nodes. So I'll call this rim, assign it, give it the extrude selected, and assign it rim. Where'd it go? Oh, and then we'll duplicate this one called extrude selected float. So just a float not equal to 1 or greater than. Oh, I didn't sample the object. Also, I actually shouldn't put this on this object. I should make a new cube, which we'll call rim. And then this is actually where I want to add the thing, because I can do this, rim. Okay. Yeah, and we'll call this, I don't know. Now, then we should be able to adjust this like that, and then switch it to less than. Good, and now we've got this edge that we can adjust. Right about there, I would say. Beautiful. It's not quite as sharp as I'd want it to be. It's only set shade smooth. How could I change that? I could bevel this edge. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll go here, bevel weight, add in a bevel. Would have guessed. Put it right here. Set it to weight. And up that amount. Oh, sorry. After the solidify, yeah. Set to percent. About there. good. Nice and sharp. Good. Yes. Make it a little bit thinner. All right. Good shit. We're missing the shoelaces. Overall, everything's looking very good. We got this little we've got a few spots where there's some stitching. I will make that, and I'll probably use geometry nodes to do so. Same with these kind of grooves here. That'd be good to make. Welcome back. Welcome. For these, I normally might use curves. I'm just going to use some planes for it, though. So I'll make a plane. Actually, we will use the whole object so I can do this. Add a subdivision surface. Add a solidify. And then also another subdivision surface. So we get this nice, smooth, kind of nice smooth shape. And we'll bevel these. Just get it. We'll bevel them. Okay. One lace. This one actually should have been at the very bottom. Right about there. Then duplicate. Cool. That worked really well. Dang. The temptation is always to use curves for laces. I don't think that's the right way to do it anymore. I don't think. Right way. Because curves, I don't like curves. I think how their tilt works is bad. It's actually bad. When you're trying to extrude stuff to make sure things line up. then it's bad. Overall, it's pretty good, but these ones will shrink, move them in, move them down. And these will be the kind of connecting pieces. I don't think we need the tips on these ones. The other way. All right, that feels pretty strong to me. Pretty strong. All right, let's do the stitching. So to do that, we'll make a curve. And we'll actually make a whole new collection called stitching. And here we'll even make one called stitching curves. And we'll drop that in here. And we're going to add these. I'm going to set them to in front so I can actually see what I'm doing. They are a little hard to see. I have projected individual on. No. Just project the center. Good. Subdivide that and then send one. Still have, oh, I still have that on. Okay. Just straight up. Okay. We'll do this. We got our curve. Scale's good. We'll go to stitching, create a new folder called stitching geo. Make a mesh. Cube. In here, add a new geometry. We'll call this stitch. And here, what we'd like to do, add an object info node, take it, add it right here, get rid of our geometry input because we're just going to be sampling our curve right here. We'll say relative. And what we want to do is output it. So we should have curve. And we'll say curve to mesh. Give it a profile curve. Here, which should be very, very small. Beautiful. And then we're going to do a few other things. First is we're going to resample the curve. We're going to do length 0.001. Then we'll do delete geometry. We're going to delete the points. By what? By crying. No, we need to delete them by index. So the index, we want to compare. And if the integer, we'll just say equals for a moment, because I want to see how this works. I can see it deleting the tip, and then it doesn't delete any other ones. Gotta go. Enjoy your day, Dragon. Thank you for hanging out. I will be here the rest of the week, so definitely hop on by again soon, and enjoy your day. Do count. Let's say count of 10. So I am deleting the points, but they doesn't really make a difference because it will still connect the curve. So I want to split the curve. I don't want to delete geometry. Split curve. Might be back later by. Sounds good. Maybe we have to do curve to mesh twice, because I can resample, get a count, and then curve to mesh. And then yeah, here. Then we've got our geometry. Isolate this. And now I can split the edges of the mesh. I mean, doesn't that just work? Just split all of them. And then mesh to curve. And then delete geometry. I want to delete the splines. Compare if the integer equals. Cool. Okay, so now we have these individual segments. Very good. Let's say 20. Or no, let's actually go back to length. Now I can move this to deletion down. Very good. Make it a little bit smaller. Oh, maybe not. Something like that. Good stuff. And we do want to fill the caps. And then shade. I guess after merging. Still didn't work. Okay. Whatever. So now I want to delete every other. So that's what I've always been confused by. How to do that. Let's see. Geometry nodes select every other index. We take the index and we modulo it. Modulo every nth. Figured it'd be modulo. Okay. So math modulo. Lord modulo. Let's do this. To hey, Travis Worrell, thank you for the subscription. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. welcome. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. I want to be able to type in that math selection view to search math functions 100%. Yeah, it is a bummer. You can do it only when you've already done that. If you have a math node selected, then you can do it. Yeah, I agree. Kind of silly. Do floored. Right, ping pong's almost that, but not quite. Snap. Perfect. Yay. All right, now we've got some stitches. I'm going to say 4. Some larger stitching there. And it is a little harsh on these caps. So I think that what we'll do instead is not fill them, but go ahead and resample the curve and then get the radius. Set curve radius times the spline parameter factor. Length. Not quite how I thought that would work. Right, because they're still separate chunks. So instead of doing this, so I still want 2. That way it's every other. But then we'll just adjust the length, I think. Or the count. Split. As we split every single one. Or I still want to delete, but we can use the same value with mesh island index to split basically every other edge. Interesting. Snap, I guess we still want modulo. Fascinating. Get rid of this for a second for the deletion, or I could just mute this. Huh. Why is the radius so weird like that? It's so interesting. Okay, well now that's even, but the way we're splitting. I'd like it to be every other one that we're splitting. So is this function here? Ah, right, because we're comparing the index. These should both be index. Interesting, but now it's not adjusting at all. I mean, split them. Ah, no, of course. It has to just remain index. Why are we using Mesh Island? That doesn't make sense. Mesh Island should be for the other one. Back to modulo. Let me reset these somehow. Just need to make a new math. Right. There's actually one more comparison here. Equal. Does it equal 0? I was a little confused on what's actually coming out of here. So given the value, we adjust this. But it's floored. Comparing them directly against each other. Modulo 9 equals 0, and is it less than the count? Boolean math. I don't know what I'm doing. Attribute statistics. I see. Why does it do this every other bullshit? Because of floored modulo truncated. Snap. This is just what we had before. Kind of a cool look though. Gotcha, it's just 0. Increment 0. Give me back modulo. Why is it a different modulo? All right, enough of this. We can adjust the count. Excuse me. For the factor, the curve radius. How do I do that? Parabola equation. Y equals ax squared. Just have a math. There we go. Ping pong. I'm gonna just use a color ramp for the whole thing. That's okay. Hello, Ariso. Good morning. Good morning. We're making some stitching right now. I'm doing quite well. Doing quite well. Let's go ahead and add a mirror. How about you? What are you up to? we'll do, yeah, snap individual elements. At least a line rotation. That didn't help at all. That didn't help at all. Cool. Now we can add some actual stitching to our objects. That feels good. That feels really good. Messages. And I'm gonna take a picture of what I'm working for. All right, so now, what's next? Next, I would like to get on the edge here, we have this groove. I'm quite intrigued to make that happen. I would really like to. So I think to do that, what we'll do first is make an assignment, which we'll call rim. And then a cube. And we'll call this rim ridges. and get rid of this, slice it, make an object info node, set it to relative, drag that out here, get rid of the geometry, and now we can sample this as well. Okay, and then first things first, delete the geometry from the named attribute, which should be rim. I think it was a rim. Maybe it was a ridge. What did I name it? Oh, rim. Sign. And where's our... Where did our object that I just made? I think it was a cube, so it should be... Oh, where did it go? Okay, right here. Yeah, we'll just pull those out. We'll call this rim ridges as well. Now I can isolate. I don't see anything yet. So something about our deletion is not working properly. Should at least see something at this point. Anything. We need to sample the correct object. Shoe bottom. I am assigning this rim. That time I actually had some objects, but I still don't see anything. So we'll say compare not equal to integer. So if it doesn't equal, delete it. Okay, I think I need to actually take the shoe bottom. At this point, we just need to apply. We'll apply it here. And we'll go ahead, select everything, remove the rim, and reapply it there. Okay, so I should see some. Yes, there we go. Finally, Jesus. Shoe bottom. We can add that subdivision back to. And now rim ridges, we have the edge. Good. Finally. So what do we want to do? We'd like to slice this vertically, like that. So what we'll do is split the edges if the normal oh, right. And then extrude the mesh 0.001. Not quite, so we do need the normal, and we want the vector math, the dot product, if this equals 1, and we just want it to be 1 on the vertex. So if that should work. I guess they all still work in that sense. Can we dissolve in a no dissolve feature? That'd be too useful. But I want to be able to split the vertical edges, so we would take edge angle. Shortest angle in radians between two faces. Edge neighbors. Shortest edge path is what we want. No, not quite, because I need to make those selections. Well, I mean, I could do just that. So, okay, let's go into shoe bottom. We will isolate this, select everything, remove rim, and we'll say rim top. And we'll assign this. Then we'll select the bottom. Make a new group, call this rim bottom. We'll assign that. Okay. Now we'll go back to our rim ridges object. And we do want to delete everything that is rim top, rim bottom, and we'll do end. Oh, it needs to be an or. Okay, fine. One more selection. This is more manual than I'd like it to be, but whatever. I don't care. I just want to get the effect. And this is back to rim. Assign. Okay. Rim ridges. Rim. Okay, now we've got that. Then we want to split the edges. Want to extrude them as not as individual. And our selection has to be edge, path, selection, path, shortest edge path. And I believe then we can do named attribute, rim top, and rim bottom. So close. So close. What the fuck? Why wouldn't it be the full thing? Hello, Jack. Welcome. How you doing? End of your workday. Well, that's exciting. Almost free. Almost free. Let me just dissolve this edge. Does that work? No, it made it worse. Just, why? Why? Maybe I have to go the other way. This one goes here. This one goes here. Nope. Why wouldn't it be the full thing? That really should work. Neat paw shoes. Thank you. Yeah. We're putting some final touches on it. We're adding some just some micro details, stitching, and right now we're working on creating these kind of ridges that we see here. A little challenging. We're so close to figuring it out. I don't know why it's not working, honestly. It is interesting that these are different colors. Scarlet Rose, opinion on VRChat now on mobile. Seems fine to me. I mean, if you like VRChat, then you know it's either for any game, it's either growth or death. So the platform's either growing or it's dying. So I'd rather have the platform growing. More platforms equals more better. Exactly. It's also cross-platform. Yeah. All right, this should work. I'm splitting it, but I'm just splitting those ones. Should be the full thing. Exactly. When we get standalone Resonite, we'll probably also get mobile support, is my guess. Ooh, that's exciting to hear. I can't wait to get back into Resonite. Feels been like it's been so long. I'm dying. I'm dying for it. There we go. Okay. So what it is just that we have to make sure we're actually making a comparison. Right now I'm plugging the attribute in directly. Not the way to go. Not the way to go. As it turns out. We do have a rave event on Saturday evening, EU time. Feel free to jump in if you're around. Ooh, exciting. I should be available. Let me mark that on my calendar. Resonite Rave. Wrong calendar. Well, I marked it down. Do a little bit of scaling. Also, subdivide the mesh so they look a little bit nicer. And I think I'm going to do actually a little bit of scaling. Oh, no, not quite. Scale elements. How can I scale it just on the Y? Or Z? Do you do the announcement post? It has timestamps and such. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. New production infrastructure, so I'm sure it's going to go well without any technical issues. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to make a vertex group for these, so we'll call this stripe edge, or stripe start sign, and stripe end sign. I know I'm just going to do that with texturing. I wanted to make these little lines, but I will just leave that for texturing. Is there anything I'm missing right now? I don't think so. I think that's the full boot. What did I just do? I switched scenes. Fuck. What the hell? How the hell did I do this? Why are all my... What is going on? What the hell? Oh, somehow I turned off all the objects. Funny. I didn't realize I had all those other assets in there too. Oh well. Cool. So I think we've got a really good start on the shoe. I'm going to turn off everything but the shoe now. And we're going to focus on getting this retopologized. Let's make a new collection. We'll call it shoe retopo. Actually, we should probably make the jacket instead. Shoe looks really good though. Very pleased with it. Why am I missing the stitching? I literally turned off every collection. I don't know what button I pressed for that. Thank you. Well, I can't take credit for the design, but it did come out well. Ah, yes, there was one more piece to add. On this one here, we're going to duplicate this. Shrink it in. Yeah, there should be like a little canvas material in here. By the way, I've seen your video about Instamat. Have you fully switched away from Substance Painter? I have. Yes. I think I love the software. I love Substance Painter. I do not like Adobe though. I think it's time that we put the hurt on Adobe, personally. They've just become some unscrupulous dragon, and I'm really tired of doing business with them. Do I really need to worry about the inside of the shoe that much? I don't know. Don't be going hardcore D&D dragons. I bet they also have dungeons at HQ. Certainly the greed for it. Neat. I really not been enjoying it since Algorithmic sold it off. I'll have to check out Instant. It's worth it. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna be trying to do some more tutorials as time goes on because I do want to just encourage people to check it out, and I do think it's worthwhile. So far, all the experiments that I've done, it is as fully featured. Like there's just no way it's not. It is actually very much on par with Substance Painter. The only difficulty I had was some baking issues, but after kind of messing around with it, I think that's just more my computer than anything else. I don't think you're going to have the same. If you have a better computer, you're not going to have those issues. And funnily enough, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that they actually are the same issues that I encountered a lot with Substance. So, um, okay, we'll do that. It's a little interesting there, but now we have a nice smooth interior for the whole object here. Is talking about Instamat like going to AA meetings? I thought you'd be a fan of me switching away from Adobe. I've been using Instant for nearly a month now. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I mean, it does kind of have that vibe, honestly. People are really. I'm certainly not the only person there that is moving away, is just checking it out to get away from Adobe. I mean, there's more reasons than that because it is a good program, but I think that is a very defining feature of the community at the moment. United against the dragon. All right. Beautiful. I feel like I should make a sole for the bottom of the shoe. It does have a bevel weight. That totally, it's weird. Crunchy. Leave that alone. Crunchy. I feel like I should make a bean pattern for the bottom. Hot pad soles, exactly. I feel like it's kind of plain without it. So let's just take the bottom, duplicate it, separate it. Decrease it, select the boundary loop, kind of bring everything in. Yeah. But yeah, having fun working on a bunch of stuff lately. Most notably, I made a custom Twitch wow, I cannot talk right now. Twitch chat client for Resonite, and currently I'm working on a relay to connect Companion, basically open source Stream Deck like software into Resonite. Ooh, very cool. Should have a working in-game virtual Stream Deck by the end of the week because we'll need it for Z-Rave so I can stream OP without taking the headset off. That is really cool. You should definitely take some videos of that. I think the VR chat, I mean, the VR community would be very interested to see that. You know what? I really should do another solidify. Gonna make some of these next steps a little bit easier. I plan on making a feature video for the Twitch chat soon, and I'll also probably make one for the companion integration. Why isn't this creasing? Oh, Panasonic's Hyunsai. Thank you for the subscription. Hello, welcome to the stream. We're making some shoes right now. Making some shoes. But welcome. Hope you're having a good day. Interesting. Crease it first, then rip it. Why isn't the crease keeping them together? Because the solidify happens first? Yeah. So if you plan on streaming for Resonite, you could use that to control OBS. I definitely will. Yeah, I mean, that's just insanely useful. Would it show my OBS to other people? No, okay. I wouldn't think so. Actually, I'll make it as a facet so it can be completely hidden from others. There's not really a need for it, but I was thinking, no, that could be like a straight up stream alternative, right? It's like, instead of relying on bringing in like a media player, you could use that, but it's not really a need since a stream already exists online. Let me look up some shoe soles. Furry shoe soles. Not really, it's just a remote. Like the Steam Deck's just a little physical dashboard, buttons on a screen that you can bind any action. That'd be the same, but in Resonate. Gotcha. All right, let's make a plane. What it'll do is subdivide you. Use that for switching scenes and stuff, and really since Companion has integrations for pretty much anything, I can create shortcuts to any action on my computer. It even has a home assistant plugged in so I can turn my lights off from Resonite. I really want to see more. I'm really intrigued by more like a language model integration for Resonite, because I think that Resonite's actually in a really good spot for kind of showing what is possible with that kind of stuff. It'd be very interesting to see how that develops. Run it with something like Olama and serve with a local API. You technically can in Resonite. I would assume you could also do straight up like web API requests and stuff. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm going to make them even thinner. Might as well combine them. No, we'll keep them separate. Also, as in-game or using predecessor like material-like tools hooked up to Gen AIs to create textures. Yeah, what we have here, but on this edge too. So we're going to duplicate one more time. I will apply let's do 2 levels. Yeah. And then we will select edge loops. Actually, no, I take it back. Let me extrude it down first. Then apply. Then delete that. Then select this. That way that's not poking out. And then edge loops, rip. Solidify. Okay, we're missing the back here for some reason. I kind of like that. I think that looks kind of nice. There we go. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, I like that. That's gonna look really good. Now once it's baked. do think I like that a little bit more. And then for our top ads here, duplicate them, select the bottoms, delete them, move them down, row them, can't see those at all. I know they're there though. A little bit of an outline. It's a random question. In the compositor, can we use collection layer or is it just scene/view layers? I'm pretty sure it's just view layers. But yeah, you know, view layers basically rely on collections, so beautiful. Now I got a nice little outline around that. Cool. I think that's pretty much as good as it's going to get. No more. We have to stop now. We have to stop now. Okay. So for the retopology, I'd like to cry. It will be definitely a bit of a challenge, though. So I think a few things, like these rivets and the laces, these will be on us. We're going to put in a separate collection. So we'll call these details. Well, actually, definitely the laces, though. Laces. Turn those off. We're going to break it down to its constituent parts. You know, what should be there, what shouldn't be there. Good. Okay, so the rivets we can turn off. I think this whole chunk here with the little strap, that's going to be its own thing. We'll call it strap. So let's grab it like this. Move it into strap. All right. Then everything here is going to be our base layer, or base retopology. Okay. So to start, we'll make a cube. We'll hit it with the subdivision. Delete the front, back, and then apply it. That doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna delete the bottom. Everything is generally mirrored, so it should work pretty well with this. All right, we'll add one level of subdivision and apply that immediately. All right. And let's change the retopo view. 0.02, so I'm not seeing as much of it poke through. Then, yeah, we'll extrude this over here. Or we'll do a cut. Yeah. This little piece too, I think we'll also have to move into a different collection. Let's just do a strap for now. That's not going to be part of the base retopology. It'll just float above it. All right. Pretty good so far. Pretty good. Hey, XOXO Zenya, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. We're making some shoes right now. Let me know if you have any questions. Making some shoes. Any tips on retopo? Your main concern with retopology is making something you can unwrap easily. I think that a lot of times, and I'm going to be doing this with this character or this object, is like the temptation is to try to make everything like fit perfectly and create some do some really creative connections. But I think now with where I'm at, I'd rather just have separate islands of geometry instead of trying to make separate islands of geometry that unwrap really well, instead of trying to make one perfect mesh that perfectly encapsulates everything. I'd rather just move quickly and make the work I'm going to be doing later easy as possible. Now, if you're other than that, the view that I'm in right now is probably the best. This retopology view right here. You just turn it on, and that's what allows me to view my mesh over this, which is awesome. It's kind of new. It's not like super new, but Blender certainly didn't have it in the past, and it's great. It saves me a ton of time. Less is more. It's easier to add loops later where needed than it is to reduce down a mesh that's too dense. Very true. Yeah, the general rule of thumb for just really good topology is make everything a box. Make everything a box. You can make it a box, then you know how to unwrap it. Right now I'm on 4.1, so yes, I am in the latest version. This goes across, but then this corner doesn't have an edge, so it should be like this. before I do that, I'll just take this, extrude it, this, do it again. Yes, 4.1.1. And I'm very much looking forward to the newest version when they get EV Next introduced. Quite excited for that. Started learning like 2 months ago. I'm using 3.6. Do you recommend moving to 4.1? The fundamentals are going to be the same. Unless you're learning geometry nodes, I don't think you don't really need to upgrade. Unless you're looking to learn some of the newer features. If you're not, then you're probably fine. Excuse me. There we go. And yeah, I wanted to do an indent here to make this edge, so I'm not running additional loops down here. But if you are interested, Valk, I do have open class. I may have mentioned this yesterday, but just in case for you or anyone else out there, I do have open registration for my classes where I teach how to make VRChat avatars. So if that's something you're interested in, I will just post a link to it really quick. But I do think I already spammed you with that yesterday, so apologies, but just in case. It'll definitely be a bit more of an easier way to learn everything. The goal is to learn how to make characters in that class, whether for VRChat or any other program. VRChat is just a very convenient platform to learn this kind of stuff. Yeah, feel free. If you can't make it now, there will be more classes in the future. I do these very regularly. thank you for taking a look. There's a little bit of this poking out right there. We'll just add another cut. We have the opportunity to make this another square. Or I could push them this way and make this square here. Yeah, that's better. Cool, looks good. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick. I shall return in just a moment. We're back. Okay. Uh, so I do want to have enough resolution on the tip here so we get this nice curve. Why don't I just do, let's try to get everything else up to the same level before I continue any of that geometry. Get on my level. Interesting. Something like that. This one will definitely get turned into a triangle here and here. Now, when I make a triangle like this on retopology, something I noticed looking at like especially models from like Fallout and Bethesda games is you want to finish the square. So I made a triangle. We're going to extrude it out to make this edge. But then I'm going to come up and I'm going to finish the square. If that makes sense. Even though I turned it into a triangle, I'm still treating this whole chunk like a square, because that allows me to continue my topology in kind of a very even fashion. I may change that later, but generally, there's some sort of obstruction like that. It's a good way to think about it. Though now that I'm looking at it, I'm totally going to undo that, and I'm a liar, because I actually want my topology to go like this down here and follow this strap. I think. I don't know, actually. Maybe. For now, that's what we have. And we'll go ahead and close up this little gap in here too. Boom. Do I make this ridge? I think so, because I can continue it up into here. Awesome. And starting here, do something like this. Cool. Beautiful. This little spot in here is probably going to get a little awkward to work with. And this is another one of those objects I would rather just have be its own object and try to incorporate it properly. It's just going to be a floater. A floater. This little section. Just going to push it down. Yeah, that is what we want, actually. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. That's why it's weird. Now it's a closed loop. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful topo. See? Now the question is, where do we send this topology? I think that we could go ahead and have it wrap this way. It's nice and even, like that. Or it needs to go up this way, which also isn't that bad. If we make it go across here, yeah, that is best, because then we're kind of stretching the geometry here. Yeah, so we'll do that. Push this here. This should go this way. All right. Cool. Maybe I'll get rid of some of that geometry, but looks pretty good right now. All right. We'll connect them. Now what to do about this little spot here, I think. Just a little something like that, a little something. Work pretty well. Yarona taking the cat for her annual checkup and jabs. Have a nice rest of your day. All. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully your cat fares well with the harassment. We'll see you tomorrow, Arctic. Enjoy your day. And then this little tab as well should go into strap. So I'm not going to make it part of this retopo. Probably want run one more cut here. Oh, that's perfect because it lines up this odd little spot. Do one more triangle right here. Let's get a little bit more res, or a little bit more curve here. Otherwise, it's kind of free floating. All right. And then I'm just gonna do a little cut right here. Get these edges down. Get just a little bit of goodness, a little bit of 3D goodness on the top of this. Cool. And it's coming together. It's coming together. We're gonna rip this. Hmm. What to do here? I think we just do a triangle. Yeah. Close it up. I like the ability to see your keystrokes and mouse hits. Thank you. Hey there, Dad. How you doing? Yeah, we're doing a little shoe right now. Uh, just getting the base of it made. This is what the full thing looks like here. This. So pretty detailed. And we're just getting it ready to bake. Getting it baking's where we save all the details we've made, put it somewhere else. Demond B, hey, what are some of your favorite unique avatar features you use and see on others? Hello, the Minotaur Dad. Welcome. Um, favorite and unique features. There's a lot of stuff that I've been seeing and being made in Resonite that really intrigues me, like the ability to, because you're not limited by VRChat's features. Um, I think Lindy, the creator, does a lot of really interesting items and things like that. Um, but when it comes to unique features, it's tough because a lot of the stuff for VR chat is just like visual changes or visual. It's not a lot of interaction that you can do. Um, but weapons are always super fun. Demon B, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Um, hard for me to say off the top of my head because a lot of times when I think of that kind of interaction, there's actually a lot more that I would want to see that is just not quite possible in VR chat at the moment. Um, like flying and stuff would be super cool. I did see someone make a avatar in Resonite recently where they're actually able to flap their wings and fly around and stuff. And I was like, that's pretty cool. I think that really embodies the like like the fun that I think VR can offer. Yeah. How about you? What's some of your favorite features? Also, hope you're having a good day, Dan. Hello. Also, Minotaur Dad. Right. I saw the mushroom images you sent. Those look really good. I want to make some as well. Personal favorites are MIDI instruments. That's true. It is always cool to see people able to kind of bring their talent in. Always cool to see some piano notes being pressed. Absolutely. I mean, it eventually getting like VR concerts all played in VR would be dope. Very cool stuff. Do I add an extra cut here? I can. I don't think I need to. We'll see how that bakes first. Let's see how it bakes. How's it gonna bake? Still my first cup of coffee, so it's all right so far. I'm taking a break from many failed attempts at getting an avatar uploaded. But after 16 hours of failure, I finally put in a ticket with the creator. So now it's wait for a response. That's rough. That is definitely rough. Well, hopefully you get your issue resolved. It is unfortunate how tricky it is to upload things for VRChat these days. Not to make comparisons, but Resonite recently came out with a new way to upload packages, and it is just as simple as drag and dropping, which is really cool. Also, to help that brand new to all of this have no clue how any of this works. Well, I wish you well. There's a lot of fun to be had, but it can be quite technical at the same time. Usually here on stream, I'm making avatars and things like that. That's my or items for VRChat or just VR in general. It's kind of my jam. I love this kind of stuff. So definitely feel free to ask questions if you run into something don't know how to do. Tell me you weight paint for fun and money. Both. Funny money. Right now we're making it we're doing retopology as the process we're doing right now. Making the simpler version of this really detailed mesh we made. And I am just, since there are a few new people hanging out, I do have classes open for learning how to make VRChat avatars. If anyone's interested in that, I am going to go ahead and just paste it in chat right now because I gotta get some signups, and apologies for the advertisement, but self-promotion's important. Make a Reddit post recently. You look familiar. I think so. I did make a class post for my classes. So if you go to the, there's a little video in the link I just posted. So that's probably the one I shared. And I'll actually be posting some more images soon, later today, because my students just, we did a little get together recently for showing off the avatars that they made in their class. So I'll probably be doing some promotion to show off their work as well, because they kick butt. They're butt kickers, as it turns out. But I've been on the Reddit. I post not super regularly on the Reddit, but definitely every now and then. I'm not the best at the branding grind. I kind of wish I was, but then at the same time, it's like I need some amount of free time during the day. Hey, Minotaur Dad, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I hope you're enjoying your cup of coffee. I need to reheat mine, but cheers. Ah, I can't see. But God, I can't see. Actually, we'll use the, what is it again? Shift B? Or no, Alt B. Yeah. Hello, Tindra, welcome. Do you not use shrink wrap, or how you say it for retopo? At the moment, I am not using the shrink wrap modifier because all of my high poly objects are separate. You can't, currently, you can't use a collection for the shrink wrap modifier, so it's not too bad. I just find that I end up moving each point around manually when I'm doing retopo, so I don't always feel the need to use the shrink wrap. Because I always end up just moving it to where I want to anyway, so it's kind of a moot point sometimes. Actually, I want to space these out this way. There we go. Not all the time, but sometimes. It's certainly a useful modifier. It's going to be interesting to see how we connect all this stuff. Challenge. Well, welcome everyone. I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Thank you all for coming by the stream. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, because, hey. Real Father X, thank you for the follow. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, definitely feel free to hit me with questions. There's so much that goes into making VRChat avatars, so I do try to share what I have. Cheap viewers. I think you're a cheap viewer, Mr. FK. I think you are a cheap viewer. And goodbye. All right, so looking at this, what we really want to do is contain our loops. So we can kind of see it, but just to point it out, these segments here, the topology that's moving up in this direction, we want it to loop. We want it to go to connect back to itself, because that makes for nice topology and it makes it a lot easier to work with. So we know, using my loop cut, I know I want to connect this edge to this edge. This edge. Here to here. And now we've got a perfect loop. And that gives me a good clue on how to connect the rest of this. So we'll bridge it. And then, of course, we'd want it to also connect evenly on the other side. So we're just missing two edges here. I'll project. We don't need to close them up though, because actually this is the middle of our mirror mod. So we'll just have those in reserve. But I do know that this topology does go all the way down here. And then we'll want to connect it back coming up here. So I'll go ahead and finish this little loop we've got going here. So set boom. Like this. And cool, now we've got a nice little rim. Like that. All right, looks good. Then we'll connect the parts we know should connect, this one to this one, because they do loop. Verify that with a loop cut. Then just start trying to match what we got going on. Something like that. I'm not too worried. I could probably make this a little simple because there's going to be a foot in here. So we're really not going to see too much geometry in here. It's really the top. So if I turn on the character again, we can see that it's really just the top section that we're going to be seeing into. The foot itself fills up almost the whole foot, but I'd rather have it connect fully. And yeah, I'm going to use my Alt-B again to slice so I can see inside of here. And then this one is the next one that needs to connect up top. So again, that's here to here. And then we can just bridge these and close them. Nice. Very good stuff. Thankfully, because this is mirrored, we do know that this chunk of topology will loop, by definition, is going to loop back in on itself. So it really doesn't matter how many edges we put in here because it just makes a circle. More like a tunnel, really. All right, let's turn down the retopology view. Yeah, that's fine. Nice. Beautiful. Alrighty. And now I'm gonna snap it here. Now this section is going to be the only truly difficult one because we do want this loop to go all the way around and connect through here. Like that. Okay. Don't need to do much more in there. Alrighty. So now this one does loop fully. Next, we would like this section to also loop. That's going to be pretty darn easy to do because we already have all the geometry to do that. All right, what about this one? This starts here. I don't think we have to worry about that too much. About this. This also loops around, but it goes under. Let's do the same thing. Awesome. Some good topology in here. Excited to see it bake. And for those of you that aren't unfamiliar with Instamat, that is actually what we're going to be using to bake this, which is kind of a Substance Painter alternative, because I'm not a big fan of Adobe anymore. That ever really was, but ready to burn that bridge. There we go. Alrighty. I think that's our shoe. Well, most of it. Almost all of it. There are a few additional pieces to bring in. First will be these items. Yeah. For these ones, I think we can just do one-to-one, duplicate it, and send it into the retopo. Easy enough to just turn down the subdivision amount to something more reasonable. Apply it, apply the solidify, solidify. And then just dissolve up all the garbage in here that the subdivision modifier makes. Not a big fan of subdivision modifier, by the way. Not a big fan. It's to just make a mess of things. All right, then we can unwrap this. Don't really need to do it just yet, but you got the seam in there. Okay. Next, same thing. Do one more level of subdivision. Apply that. And get rid of it. You just want some rounder corners. Just that one. Just that. Yeah. All right, good enough. We'll clean it up more later if we really need to. This one will again apply the subdivision at a lower level. Apply that solidify. Good stuff. And mark that seam. Perfect. Lastly, this one right about here. You can actually delete the back faces here. It's a little messy. Idea what's going on in there. But I think that's right. Okay. Yeah, mark the seam. That should work for unwrapping. Awesome. Good. Okay, so now we've got all these little pieces unwrapped. We go back to the strap. Take these, hide them. Now we need to decide the best way to do this one. What we'll do to start is take this, duplicate it, and send it into Retopo, or just into Scene Collection. I'm going to remove the material. Make it a little bit bigger by first applying the subdivision at level 1 and the solidify. Make it a little bit bigger. Delete these. And also delete this half. And slap on a mirror mod. Okay. I actually don't think we need this interior. Now we'll keep it. All right. Now, back onto Retopo. Back to that retopology grind. Retopology grind. A little. But that is working better. All right, that's good. All right. It's already 11:30. Okay, I'll be going to lunch somewhat soon. Pizza in the oven. I'm prepared for lunchtime. Good. That sounds delicious. I want some pizza. Save me a slice. No way, you never feed us in chat during breaks either. Our soulless pizza fair and square. You chatters need to fight for our food. Tindra. Or no. T. Lindra. Or is that an I? I'm gonna say Tindra. Almost dinner for time for me. Lunch already passed some hours ago. Did you get pizza though? That's the important part. Tindra's my name. Okay, good. Yeah, it's kind of just it's cap. I think the I is capitalized, so, or at least on my end. Oh, really? Pizza theme today. Respect. I used a lowercase l because the name was taken. Smart. Smart. All right. There we go. One side done. Well, not done. Close to done. Been working on my pixel shaders compositor stuff today. I'm happy with what I learned. Result is okay-ish. I mean, as long as you're happy with what you learned, that's the important part. The learning's the important part. That's what I was telling myself the other day, because I did spend quite a while farting around trying to learn shaders. And then at the end of it, I'm like, wow, this shit's hard. Hello, Toffee Maverick. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hey, Toffee, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. We're working on a little buckle right now for a shoe that I'm making for an avatar. So we're buckle up. Recommend just cutting the part that you want to go and extruding in. The way you're doing it seems rather long. I know the topology that I want. I want to keep my squares very square. We'll space these. Oops. And we'll space these. Bam. Yeah, I want to keep the squares, so that's what we're doing here. Gotta keep my squares. Doing low poly is always just slow anyway. You have to be exact with where you want to put things. No sculpting allowed. I mean, you could sculpt, but generally you want things in a very exact position. Hey! Thank you. I like your vibe. Thank you for the donation, Toffee. Super appreciated. Super appreciated. Thank you. That's quite a bit, too. Thanks. Let me know if you have any questions. I been starting to do teaching VRChat creation classes. It's more, you could apply it to any character you make in Blender, regardless of it going to VRChat, but it's been going well, but a bit of a struggle, so I appreciate the support. Going well, but a grind. I think getting anything off the ground is kind of a grind. I've been doing 3D work for about... I started doing VRChat stuff full-time about 4 years ago. It's been really good. I really like the space. Before that, I was learning 3D stuff for like doing concept art, which has its ups and downs. It's like an ultra competitive field. So I think I would much rather work in the 3D field because it's a bit more of a controlled pace. The buckles, we'll do those as separate objects too, because I'm lazy. This one I'll make a single object though. Well, no, I take that back. We'll do it. Cognito Shinobi, sending positivity and good vibes, my dude. Thank you. Icognito Shinobi, thank you. Much appreciated. But I did get into 3D work through concept art. So initially I was doing stuff to like block out paintings before I started, get lighting and stuff in a controlled way. Eventually I just realized I liked it a lot more. Really just was like, oh, I like the 3D more. And especially because I started making things for VRChat and just realized like, oh, this is totally a direction I can go. That's cool. I wish I could have come by earlier and learned some neat stuff. Ninja Avatar. Well, all my VODs are on YouTube, so definitely feel free to use that. I do teach classes as well for creating avatars, so if you're interested in that, I will post it. Yeah. I have to do a little self promo, so apologies. And thank you for the follow, Icognito. Super appreciated. Thank you. Hope you're having a good day. I hope everyone's out there is having a good day. You're certainly making mine. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Bam. Do a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Okay. This is going to be very, very efficient topology. Very low poly. I have ZBrush, etc., if that helps at all. Okay, heck yeah. ZBrush is a great program. I don't use it for sculpting personally, but I mean, I see some amazing work come out of it. So definitely seems like a very solid program. For me, though, I'm a little cheap. Blend free is my favorite price. Though, of course, there are ways to get ZBrush for free. But hey, again, thank you for the donation. I do rendering stuff. I like to make album covers in Photoshop. That's awesome. Thank you again for the donation. Super appreciate it. 2 donations. Thank you. Thank you. Well, interesting. I mean, if you like VRChat, I don't know what your direction you want to go is, but there's a huge music scene in VRChat. Really, really, that's probably the biggest scene, I would say, that it currently exists. I'm going to redo my camera there. In VR. It's the most consistent, and I think it has the biggest economy, I would say. So now I'll split that. So I don't know what direction you're wanting to go, but if you are looking for kind of freelance work or anything like that, I would recommend poking around VRChat because I mean, I could be speaking to the choir. You may already be quite familiar with it. But it's cool to see VR, what takes off in VR. Preaching to the choir. That's what I meant to say. Preaching to the choir. Do you like VRChat? And I do a lot of VR graffiti. Oh, very cool. That's awesome. That's very cool. I've seen a few. I know there's some VRChat worlds for graffiti, and then I saw a standalone app for the Quest recently that's just all graffiti, just super cool. Seems like the perfect art form for VR. There's not many forms of art that are already like about like standing and like standing up and stuff. I think it's a pretty solid fit. King Spray is a game I use a lot and it's great. Okay, that's probably the one I was thinking of then, because that sounds super familiar. King Spray is awesome. It seems so. Was the first game I bought on my Quest. I want to take this edge, duplicate it, flatten it, and then from the front, project it onto this spot here. So I need to start working on the topology here. I want to get this nicely snapped. I wonder if you could do graffiti world commissions. I love thinking of what opportunities exist with art. I think it's just ingrained in me at this point. 2:45 a.m. over there. My goodness, you are a night owl. I'd be dead. I can't stay up past 10 p.m. I'm old. I'm old, really. No excuses. Old man over here. Old man alert. Life alert. I need my nappies. You guys are wild. 1843. Oh, it's only 6:45. That's not okay. That's more manageable. That makes more sense. Well, in VR, does time even exist? Oh, no, that's why it wasn't behaving like I thought. I didn't have snapping on. Did not have snapping on. There we go. Used to play VRChat a lot. Okay, heck yeah. Back in the day. I mean, it's funny because I love VRChat. I do a lot of work for VRChat, but my hours actually in the game are pretty low because I'm usually just making stuff for it outside of it. It's cool though. I mean, I just love VR in general, and I think VR chat's kind of the most interesting thing that's currently happening in VR. So I'm also a big fan of Resonate. If you stick around, you'll hear me talk about it a lot. Um, got like 700 hours on it. Gotcha. I mean, I've seen some insane numbers from some people. If I could include my blend time in Blender, then I'd probably have some ridiculous number, but I don't know if that quite counts. Slightly different goal there. But yeah, if you don't mind, I'll show off some of the things I've been working on because I am about to end the morning stream here. So I figured I'd show you all some of the work I've been working on. My Discord. This is the character that we're making the shoes for. It's K9 character. But I also just started finishing up this Necronomicon book, which is coming out super well. I guess I could just load it up in here. Spellbook. 5.4K hours. My goodness. My goodness. That is some time. That's for sure. Yeah, we're working on getting it to open and close properly, but oh wait, that's a sculpture. And use the low poly here. That's cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, very pleased with how it's coming out. I love D&D stuff, so trying to make assets that I can use for D&D. This one's coming out super well. Very exciting. Very, very exciting. D&D is like I think, yeah, you'll hear me say this a lot, but I think D&D and VR are made for each other, or just role playing in general. There needs to be more stuff for it, and I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna do it. Here we go. All right. Pretty solid retopology here. Pretty darn solid. Almost done with the collar here. And it's actually a collar for a shoe. I'm upside down. We're basing it off of this shoe right here. So we're getting there. One step at a time. Ha! One step for a shoe. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Okay, another 10 minutes and then I will be heading out. I usually break my day up into 2 streams, so we'll be ending the first stream for today pretty soon, and then I'll be back in about 2 hours for the second. All right, I think that's about it. Let's double check by doing select boundary loop. Okay. We just need to finish up this side now. Excuse me. A little trickier on this one. I guess I could just move it. Definitely something like this. But we will need a triangle. Some sort. All right. I can live with that. Cool. All right. Collar done. Sweet. That actually is looking super, super good. What else are we missing? We are missing the shoelaces. So let's turn off the strap. Go to the laces. We'll take all these, duplicate them, send them to the retopo. And these ones should be pretty easy to do. So we'll just combine them. Turn down the subdivision amount. Apply the solidify. Subdiv. It's pretty good. And then on the bottoms, you can delete the tips. Just the tip. Both sides. And then select the middle for all of these. Edge loops. Mark the seam. Unwrap. Pin them and straighten them. This one broke. Why is that? Because I deleted the wrong thing. Which one is that? This one here. Right here. There we go. Now they're straightened out. Cool. Let's focus on unwrapping the shoe here. First thing we'll do is just cut off this section. Awesome. Looking at the bottom, select that, unwrap it. Good. Take both sides, point to, pin them individually, and then pin the tops and bottoms individually. Awesome. All right. Let's add a material here. Actually, do I already have one? Perfect. Double check our UVs. A little rough on the tops of the shoe. It's fine for now. I will hide this. Focus on the next section. We'll start by slicing out the interior. Hmm. I think right here is kind of the good spot for turning it around. Flatten that. Put it right here. Bam. And I see. Then what next? All right. There we go. Drop one more right here. All right, we're looking good. We're looking really good. Amazing how much time this takes. I just want to make a shoe. And it's funny because I really feel like these days, like when you want to make a shoe virtually, it is not totally comparable, but it is mildly comparable to actually making an object in real life. Like obviously something you can't forge a sword. And you can make a 3D model of a sword much faster than it would take you to make one out of actual metal. But it's still a commitment. Peace. Enjoy your day, Icognito. Thank you for coming by. And I will actually be ending the stream in just a moment. Again, just the morning stream. Back soon for more. But we're going to be ending at a good spot. This edge is a little rough right here. Can't quite do that. But not too bad overall. Okay, y'all. It is time for me to go ahead and get some lunch in my tummy. Thank you for all the new follows and subscribes. For anyone that's new here, again, I will be back soon. About 2 hours. And we'll get in some more work. I think we're going to start a jacket, so we're going to do some more sculpting today. Get started on a cyberpunk jacket. That's going to be a blast. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, see you all very soon. Thank you again for hanging out. Happy, what's today? Tuesday? Wednesday. Oh my God, it's Wednesday already. Happy Wednesday. See you all very, very soon. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye. And thank you again for the donations. Toffee, super, super appreciate it. Thank you again. Bye, Ariso. Bye, Stardom. Bye, Toffee. Arctic. Anyone else that might be lurking out there. Damon. Icognito. Tindra. Thank you all for hanging out today. See you soon. Bye, everyone. Bye.